This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
A good afternoon and a warm welcome to a very humid and beyond Ngala, where we've managed to find a clearing with some mud willows somewhere near the banks of the Timbavati. Now, we've got quite a warm afternoon, even though it doesn't look like it. The good thing about it is that I literally just felt a drop, but there's actually some cloud cover that's come over, and the best thing about this is that means that game viewing is usually good. You can see right in the middle of that, in the little mud willow, we got a single buffalo bull. So come and jump onto your live safari from the African wilds this afternoon. So, the other day I asked myself the question where the buffaloes have gone to. And I have not seen many buffalo on Ngala lately. But this bull, just look at how well he hides in the greater scope of things. You can see it's quite open up until way back. And where we see that tree line at the back, that is actually the tree line of the riverine forest that grows on the banks of the Timbavati. I'm Yapi, and behind the camera we've got Gert. And we set out this afternoon hoping that we might find some signs of leopard at least. But we've struck it lucky with a pretty large buffalo bull. And from what I can see, he's on his own. Well, how incredible is that? And this is a big animal. You can see, just look at those horns, you can see the tips on either side, and then the helmeted, very thick area in the middle. And if you look very, very carefully, you'll notice that there are some reddish stains on it, and that is because of bark. Now that part of the buffalo bull we call the boss, and it's also something we can use to distinguish between male and female from a distance. Now have a look at that. He's picking up his nose slightly out of the grass. One might ask why he's alone at this point. And there might be more around. Daniel, very good question. I was actually meaning to talk about that a little bit. This guy, they're usually not completely alone. Like, you'll often find maybe one or two or three together in an area. In this particular case, it might be that we're not seeing any others at this point. It is really dense, and you can see how tall that grass is. And he's laying down in a pan because there's some cool mud and water underneath him. So it's unusual to see them all by themselves, but you do find on occasions you'll find just one. It might have been that this bull, from judging from his boss not being that worn down and from the color of his coat, he's had a good season, good feeding, but he's also not ancient. I think it might also be a chance that he is moving between areas and maybe decided to do that move on his own. And again, when it became too hot today. This was the perfect spot to come and take a breather from the heat. I think I just heard something else. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's another bull. Now from where we are, we can't really see, but there's a dip, a very deep puddle next to this bull. And there might be maybe one or two others from his group in the nearby area. Now these animals are animals that, even though it's often said they get pushed out at a certain age and they become loners and bachelors, there's also a lot of choice in the fact that they are separated from the herd because they've got different requirements. And this area, it's a good area for some of them to meet up and find common interests. But while we have a look and see if we might be able to find more buffaloes here, we'll send you over to see what the weather does.
Well, hopefully there's more buffalo there for you, Yapi. We are enjoying this lovely scene with a few giraffe. Busy shaping and pruning these trees. They have a massive effect on the shape of trees due to their browsing behavior. They've been documented in the Kruger of browsing, where they are selective browsers. That means they're fairly fussy on where and what they eat. They have been documented at up to consuming up to 100 different plant species. And that's actually quite remarkable, having the broad spectrum like that when it comes to browsing. Well, good afternoon from the shady spot here at Swahili Kalahari. My name is Carl. Behind camera is BK. Yebo! And fantastic to start the afternoon with these tall animals. It is always such a joy to view and spend some time with them. Obviously spending a very large portion of the day busy munching away. In a 24-hour cycle, they would spend on average between 15 to about 20 hours a day feeding. So in a day's cycle, that takes about 75% of their day. And then during the night, it's about 30%. So a large portion of a 24-hour cycle spent feeding. And they only spend 5-10 minutes on a tree. Also depends if they are going down or upwind. We spoke about advanced plant communication the other day. Obviously, the chemical cues trees would notify trees around them of a potential threat, which is quite incredible. Back in the day, we thought trees are just trees. They're just green and they stand there. Although we are really starting to understand very, very intricate systems and relationships with trees and the environment, which is absolutely remarkable. So this big bull busy browsing away. So that tree now is already starting to kick in its chemical defense, releasing tannins and other compounds which are obviously foul-tasting or bitter, let's say that, to the animal, but then also wreaks havoc if it is in high quantities on the rumination system or the ruminating tummy. And that's why he won't spend too long there. So browsing upwind, he'll spend a longer period because the tree wasn't notified of his presence. Yo. Neck weight, an average of bull like that, 270 kilograms. Just his neck. Just quite a large amount. And then 7 vertebrae, same as a mouse, same as us. but obviously they would be a little bit larger than our vertebrae in the neck. Yes, we are talking about you. We have some beautiful cloud cover this afternoon, which is much appreciated for myself and BK. It is a fairly warm afternoon, and that little bit of cloud cover providing the shade, it is much needed out here. Because we don't have a lot of trees providing ample amount of shade while bumbling around out here. Yes, same as you, my buddy. So in the hotter periods of the day, when I've seen giraffe actually resting on their feet, and they don't sleep for a long period within a 24-hour cycle, I've seen that they're actually quite clever. They put themselves directly into the sunlight, and their positioning towards the sunlight is actually minimizing on the overall exposure of heat onto the body. Obviously keeping the animal a bit cooler, but that pattern or coat would also come into vital play. Whoop. Got a fright there. You see how it almost did a sidestep there. Eat your heart out, James Small. You can see it's a female and she's fairly light. Lovely. Well, let's send you over to Pinda.
Good afternoon, everyone, and a warm welcome to and Beyond Pinda Private Game Reserve. And we've been enjoying some shade or some cloud cover ourselves, and it seems to have come back once again. We thought we'd come to where, for those of you that were with us this morning, we're with Kim. We saw the lions up on the top of the mountain, and we thought we'd come back and have a look at what they were up to this afternoon. And to our surprise, actually, they're out in the open. So my name is Grant, and behind the camera is Craig, and it is such a pleasure to be back with you all out in the bush on your live safari. And what we have on screen at the moment is, it just appears to be one of the lionesses. From a different angle, we were able to just see one of the youngsters, but I think, so from where that lioness's head is sticking up, there's a rock or a peak just to the left of her head, and where that little tuft of grass is, and that youngster was lying on that rock. And as we were making our way around, the sun poked its head out on the other side of the clouds, and I think that is potentially what might have caused that youngster to move out of the sun and perhaps go and find some shade, join its siblings. But I think with the sun coming out every now and then, these lions might get a little bit hot and we might see some changes. But in the meantime, I'm going to send you across to Taylor, who wants to say hello to you all.
We have started our afternoon off with a different view, not quite looking onto the water with elephants, but instead we're watching the elephants from up on Ndlovu Dam wall, but they're in the drainage line. My name is Taylor McCurdy, and on camera with me today is Nielsen. We're here at Pridelands Conservancy, which is part of Baludi Game Reserve and the Greater Kruger Park. And of course, we're doing what I absolutely love the most on Bushwalk this afternoon, and that is watching elephants. So it has been a very, very busy day here outside the eco training camp. There's been over 100 elephants, probably even more, that have been swimming at the dam all day long. But you can see that this group hasn't had their chance to swim, and they've just slowly been feeding from the east, making their way west towards the dam. It's really not unusual to see elephants moving around in a drainage system like this. On a hot day like today, I actually think it's the perfect spot to feed. It'll be nice and cool in there with all the big, tall trees. And with all the rain we've had, there might even still be some pools of water here and there. But what we're looking at is a breeding herd of elephants. So there's cows and her calves. So we're just going to watch very carefully which pathway, which there are many of, that they decide to take. And I'm sure they'll head up onto the dam wall and then go down and have a swim, hopefully, but definitely have a drink and a splash of water on their backs. So that's what we're going to have in store for you today on this bushwalk, is another afternoon filled with elephants. It's not a bad afternoon. It's not a bad way to spend the day, right? You can also hear lots of crickets and all sorts of other insects. You might even hear the mechanical chirps of a fork-tailed drongo. And there's even a little woodland kingfisher flying about every now and then. Can you see it, Niels? Just in the distance over there, there's a knobthorn. And I don't know if you can see, there's a woodland kingfisher just on the branch, just off to the left of the tree. Have you spotted it?
No.
No. So if you look at the big knobthorn, and then if you go to the left, there's some branches to the left of it that kind of curve like that. And it's just sitting out in the open. You can actually watch it whacking a huge insect. Can you spot it with your eyes first? Look, okay, never mind, it's flown away. Anyways, that was a really cool sight to see. It's nice to have them. They're not going to be here for too much longer. They should start to head home fairly soon. Oh, look, there's another elephant coming from this side as well. It's very difficult to see, but there's a massive leadwood just in the distance, and I want to quickly show you how camouflaged that elephant is. So this is really why you have to have your wits about you. You should just see a brown figure emerging from out of the bushes. But like I said, this is where we're going to spend our afternoon, with the elephants that are clambering over rocks and slowly making their way to Ndlovu Dam. But off you go back across to Pinde, where the lions are still lying about.
Not much has changed here with the lions for now. The sun has come out again. And then once again gone back behind a cloud. We were hoping that that lioness she's head moving, and I must just correct myself that what I referred to as a tuft of grass is actually the top of a small plant, which is or small beer. Just keep an eye on that lioness for now. So there is always the chance that after grooming herself like that, she may get up. But it's pretty remarkable to see lions right on the top of a mountain, on the top of the rockiest part of the mountain. A div top of mountain. And now all that we're left with is a paw. And now absolutely nothing. So it seems as though, for now, these lions are not going to be doing too much. I think we will stick around just a little bit longer. Give it some time, see if anything changes here.
Hi, my name is Damon and I'm a guide here at and Beyond Phinda Private Game Reserve. Join me and our resident ecologist Craig Sholto Douglas at the fireside on the 21st of March for a discussion on 2 of our conservation projects. In early 2016, and Beyond was faced with the fact that without some serious intervention, our rhino population could be in some serious trouble. And so a decision was made to start a rhino dehorning program. Sadly, the fastest mammal on land, the cheetah, is also racing towards extinction. The and Beyond Phinda Conservation Team has been working on a project that aims to increase the genetic integrity of cheetah in protected areas around the country. Sign up to be a Wild Earth Explorer and join us for a lively debate where we'll answer as many of your questions as possible.
Our lives are dictated by alarm clocks, traffic jams, constant multitasking, and countless distractions. The wilderness is where many of us feel the most human. On a bushwalk, we become part of the natural landscape. As you step off the vehicle, everything comes alive. As with any risky experience, walking amongst these animals inspires awe and appreciation. Now, it's your turn to go on a bushwalk. Join us from Pridelands as we slow down our thoughts, put aside our distractions, and reconnect with a place that first taught us how to be human.
Hello, I'm Marna, your Wild Earth Safari Guide from and Beyond Gala. What I really like about connecting with Wild Earth viewers is that we get to speak to viewers instantly and I get to show you this beautiful property. If you want to ask me a question, register on the Wild Earth website. Simply head over to the Live Safari page and you can submit your questions there. Join me or one of the other guides twice a day on Wild Earth.
Alrighty. We are still with these lovely animals. Cannot get enough of them. And the clouds that are building up here to our western side is providing quite a different color scheme for this afternoon. Almost reminds me of something of yesterday morning, which we had a tremendous sky. Somebody asked this morning, do we have fork-tailed drongo on the tree over here, BK? Oh, it's just behind the branch of the, you can just see the silhouette of that beautiful bird, but that tail being very easy to recognize. That bird, a fork-tailed drongo. Just to the left there, BK, go a little bit down. You're on the right spot, down a bit more. Down, down, and a little bit to the left, and there it is. So just by using the silhouette, we can identify birds. Not always necessary to see the full bird, but just a part of the bird. And like I said before, that's where birding becomes really, really fascinating and intriguing. It is also one of the fastest growing hobbies to do, is birding. It's great. So if we're lucky enough, we might get a little call out of him. And they have a very mechanical sound to their call. I always find them sounding like R2-D2 from Star Wars. So one of their calls actually does go R2-D2. So also recognizing bird calls by little, oh, there he goes. Oh, in plain view now. Fantastic. Jet blackbird. Oh, and he's on the ground and caught something. So the behavior that he's displaying now would have been gleaning, flying onto a perch spot, looking for any potential prey, and then once he's located something, what he's got in his beak. going down, seizing the prey, and then either consuming it on the spot if it's small enough, and then if it needs to be stunned a bit, he'll go to the tree and display behavior called smashing. So actually physically taking the item and whacking it on a branch before consuming it. Well, saying hello to this lovely bird has been a nice few minutes. There he goes. So, on that note, let's send you over to Steve to say hello.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Djuma Private Game Reserve in the Sabi Sands, where we've caught up with, at the moment, 2 elephants, but I'm sure there's probably more out and about busy feeding. Hello, everybody. My name is Steve, joined by Johan on camera. As always, we're very excited to have you with us. I hope you are excited as we are. There was a huge storm building, and so we put the roof on, and the storm seems to have moved directly down south and away from us. So we have got the roof. Oh, I'm not sure, Johan, if you can see that kingfisher off to the left, unless the plant is in the way. Can you see him? Woodland kingfisher is using the elephant as a flusher. So birds will bash, of course, once they've caught an insect. A very useful strategy for breaking down the exoskeleton. But birds will also do this exact behavior. Very nice commensalistic symbiotic relationship whereby one animal is benefited, in this case the woodland kingfisher, and the elephant is not impacted or affected in any way. We call that commensalism. If you've never heard of the term symbiosis, symbiosis is a relationship between 2 different species. For example, Jan and I can't be symbiotic together because we are the same species. But an elephant and a bird, most certainly. A lion and an antelope, definitely symbiotic because there is a relationship, although one is the predator and the other is the prey. One is harmed, so it's not a parasite, that's predation. So it is a bit of a tricky line talking about that one, but a tick on an animal is a parasite because it harms the host, but invariably doesn't kill it. Whereas some animals, there's a mutualistic relationship. The oxpecker picking the tick off of the animal provides a very nice relationship for both. Both are benefited, but at some times the oxpeckers will keep wounds open, which is actually a negative interaction. So lots of very camouflaged insects that the bird is saving energy waiting to see them move. But while we wait for our elephants to come more out in the open, let's go over to Yapi with his.
What an amazing creature. You can see that this elephant is very focused on what it's doing, and that is feeding, and it's mainly grass. Now, I was having a conversation with somebody not too long ago about the numbers of elephants on Ngala at the moment and how it fluctuates according to how the season changes. And what's interesting is even though we've had rain recently and quite a lot, it's reached that time of the year where the days are shortening and the grasses are starting to lose their color. Some of them dying off, some of them storing nutrients for the next year. And I've also noticed that most of the grasses are finished flowering. So I've wondered whether the elephants' movements in this larger area had something to do with that. But then again, I have been seeing quite a few bulls like this bull. Now, if I had to take a guess, if you look at this bull, you can see the temples on the head. Quite pronounced. It's got a broad forehead. And in the base of the trunk, the space between the two tusks are quite broad as well. And then the right tusk being chipped off. And then used again to the point where it's been smoothed down. And that's pretty amazing. There's so much you can tell by just looking at an animal like this. I'd say if I had to take a guess, this elephant is probably around 35 years old. Sam, if I got your question correctly, how big do elephants get? A big male elephant can be really, really tall. Almost 4 meters at the shoulder, which is massive. And they can weigh up to 6 tons, or even more. There's been cases of heavier elephants, and also there are 1 or 2 specimens still alive in certain areas that people reckon might be close. What an amazing creature. So I'd say, looking at the tusks, this elephant is probably a right-tusked elephant. Even though it's been chipped off. Now that might be either in a fight, or it might have been using it for something else. You can see it's definitely been worn down. You can see the scrape marks in the mud on the tusk itself. You can see the chip and then how the point's been rounded again by rubbing it up, using it to dig things, to break things off. So it essentially uses the tusk as a tool. And I'd say that slide marks or the scrapes across the tusks, those are probably the elephant trying to break branches or stripping plant material that's tough to rip off. And of course, very, very wrinkly skin. With very, very strong wire-like hair. Oh, hair's all over this elephant. I remember the first time I saw the hair from the tail of an elephant, and even from around the trunk, I did not actually believe that it was hair. I thought it was plastic wire. It's amazing. This animal's not bothered by anything other than the heat at this point. And even that, there's a slightly cooler breeze that's just picked up. And along with those big ears flapping, sending cool air flowing down the body and over the mud-covered skin, it helps. Gives a little bit of a cooling effect. So, while we see if these elephants will stay here to feed, we're going to head over to Taylor with some elephants on her bushwalk.
While Yapi's elephants cool themselves down by flapping their ears, ours are going to go trunk first into Ndlovu Dam. So all those elephants that we were watching in the drainage line have now taken a break from feeding. Well, some of them are still lurking in there, but most of them have come up onto the dam wall. So like I said, it was a breeding herd, so you can see some of the younger calves, you can see the adults, and they're all just trying to find the easiest way down into the water. And of course, once the young bulls that are tailing this breeding herd hear the splashes, I bet that they're going to charge on in and ruin all the fun. But it is such a wonderful scene. It really doesn't get old. I'm sure some of you are thinking like, Taylor, honestly, how can you do this every single day? Listen, when you're on foot, it's quite easy. The adrenaline rush, everything even just smells different when you're on foot. Your senses are very much heightened, more than in a vehicle. I highly recommend, for those of you that are capable of doing a walking safari, 10 out of 10. Go and do it. Go and do a primitive trail, for a couple of days. It's quite hectic. You really do rough it, but it's really worth it if you want to reconnect yourself with nature again. Not always the best opportunity for photography. Obviously, that's done much better in the vehicle, as you've seen with Yapi, how close the elephants can get. But hearing those trumpeting sounds on foot is something even more extreme on foot. Goodness gracious. Shelley, yes, I wouldn't choose another way to spend I don't even know what day of the week it is. Thursday afternoon. I had to think about that for a second. There's some very unhappy elephants. Not bad though. I think it's just the youngsters playing about, because I just see little elephants running all over in the drainage line. And I think there's maybe some excitement from the elephants that are making their way towards the water. Perhaps they're hearing about all the fun that they're missing out on. So down in the distance, I'm sure you can hear all of that trumpeting and screaming. Right down, you might be able to see past those dead trees. There's a couple of brown heads, so those are the elephants that are causing a stir. I suspect it's young bulls. And the one has just run from the dam and gone all the way through the drainage line, pushed over a whole bunch of trees to meet two other elephants. And this dam wall has actually been really, really great for us. In winter, it'd be a different story. It'd be quite difficult to find cover here, as most of this vegetation will disappear. Oh my goodness, look at this elephant here. Almost pushing down that entire tree, that false marula. That would have been a really amazing sight to see, especially from this angle. But off you go across to the Sabi Sand, where Trish has been waiting patiently to greet you all hello.
Oh, well, my spider's having a great time too, running up and down and moving up and down its web, having a fantastic time, just like Taylor's elephants. It's a garden orb web. So happy to see it. Hello, everyone. I'm happy to see you too. My name is Trishal, and I've got Mpho on camera this afternoon. Quite a warm, muggy afternoon here on Djuma Game Reserve. But like Steve has said to you, our storm seems to have moved away from us. So let's hope that it stays that way. Like I said, the spider has been having the time of its life. It's been going up and down. I've been talking to it. It's been moving in response to my voice, or so I like to think. It's a lovely garden orb weaver, or garden orb web spider. Very, very pretty. I love the shape of their abdomen. Now, where she's sitting is actually a little bit further up on the web, or where she's hanging off. That's how they don't get stuck on their webs. They don't sit on it, they hang off it. She's actually in an area that is not going to catch prey. She's on one of these scaffolding lines. But further down, you can see where her actual central bit of the web is. That's a bit odd, because usually they'll hang out in the center of their web. But she's hanging out on the fringe of their web. Paul? Do you need some assistance? I'll put my hand shadow behind the web. Does that help you at all? No. Well, hopefully she'll walk down to her web. You'll be able to see her. So she's got a bit of a, I'd say a light mid-afternoon snack on her web. So hopefully she'll come down and eat it. And what she'll do is they generally won't eat immediately as soon as something flies in. They'll first paralyze it with its venom, wrap it in silk and keep it there. And then only when it wants to come down to eat will it inject it with digestive enzymes. And then have a good old, moth smoothie. Dizzy, did you say it's a beautiful spider? She is beautiful. She's got stunning markings. And she's not very, very big. She's probably about 6 centimeters long. I mean, including legs. Oh, actually a little bit more, maybe 8. And very, very, very pretty. I like, there we go. I love watching them move. Oh, is it time for that snack? There she goes. There you can see, there is a small snack item. You can also see the stabilamenta, which is that zigzaggy bits of silk, or those zigzaggy bits of silk that are running down the web. That's very characteristic of garden orb web spiders. So if you see that, you can be quite sure that that's what you're seeing, a garden orb web. I have been patient enough with spiders to see or watch the prey from the time it's been caught in the web to the time it's been eaten. And when it's just caught in the web, I can distinctly remember one with the grasshopper. It was, I don't know what nymphal stage of a grasshopper, but it was quite a tiny one. Ended up in a spider's web, and it was still kind of jumping around, and then the spider came down, wrapped it up, immobilized it with some venom, wrapped it up, and then began to eat. In fact, it was a garden orb web as well. And they squirt digestive juices into the body of the animal, so then it liquefies it, and then they slurp it up. And the husk of a grasshopper that was left afterwards was quite amazing. Unfortunately, what we saw now was so small that we wouldn't be able to see a big difference. So they don't eat the exoskeleton, obviously, because the digestive enzymes are not working very well on them. But all the internal bits of the insect can be digested very well by those enzymes. Linda, you'd like to know if more than one spider can be on a web. Certainly. So she may have multiple males that will be on her web, but the males are substantially smaller. And there may be multiple of them, so that's within the same species. There'll be only other males, not other females. There will not be other females on her web. This web is just hers. Then other types of spiders, there may be some parasitic species like dewdrop spiders. They'll also be on the web. But what I'm talking about is specifically to, or rather most spiders are like that, where the females build a nice ornate web, and then multiple males may appear on the web, and there may be parasitic spiders, but she will not share the web with other females. The exception to this are community nest spiders, where there are several tens, even hundreds of spiders in one nest. And there it would be females and males all cooperatively living together. Very cool. Very glad to start my afternoon off with a Spidey. So let me send you over to Steve for the moment, and we're going to move on, see what other cool stuff we can find.
Welcome back to Djuma, everybody, where we've got a little family, Altdorf mongoose, right here by Treehouse Dam. And if he disappears into the hole, which is a number of these little termite burrows that they use, there's always some very nice relationships between the mongoose and the birds, and from that fellow, if he disappears, be able to move up a little bit in a while when you can, Johanna, on that stump just behind. There's a fork-tailed drongo sitting there. You see him? Just on that stick. There we go. Fork-tailed drongo is doing some hawking. No doubt is also hoping that the mongoose family that's all over here, I can hear them calling, will be able to benefit. And the mutual relationship that they have is that the fork-tailed drongo will also make alarm and will warn the mongoose of any aerial predators. And then there are a number of ground predators that the mongoose have threats from. It's aerial predators that are often the most dangerous. And the fork-tailed drongo could benefit from the feeding activity. Jerome, it's hard to say. I mean, there's nothing stopping them from feeding on a carcass. They'd have to find one that's unattended, I suppose. I've never seen them climbing, so I don't think they'd be able to get onto a leopard carcass in the tree or a pile of carcass or the like. But they are part of the carnivore family, but they are more sort of very omnivorous, feeding a lot of insects, eggs, scorpions, beetles, bugs, fruit. But no doubt they would feed on the odd bit of meat. But there are a number of animals that we don't really regard as being carnivores that feed on carcasses, namely warthog. They're very cute though. I'm a big fan. Gone into his hole just like that, and so as the dwarf mongoose makes for his burrow, we're going to carry on, see what we can find for you. Get the air moving. It's an extremely humid day today, hence why that huge storm built up, but it's vanished to the south. Matsikitsor is the Shangaan name for these fellows. They make that little... I can't do it very well, but it almost sounds like Matsikitsor. And that's the name. Very nice onomatopoeia. Denise, I haven't physically seen it. Scott had the most amazing. Scott, who used to work here, had one of the most amazing. Oh, we don't see too many of these out of Djuma. Tell me when you got. the Nyala. I came out of my room after a little nap and there were 7 Nyala bulls, outside my room, just sort of chilling. That was very cool to see. So Denise Scott, who used to work here, he had quite an incredible sighting of a black mamba and a slender mongoose. The black mamba killed a scrub hare, and then the slender mongoose tried to steal it. The mamba then chased the mongoose away. The thing had happened both ways. Both animals chased each other at one point, and then the mamba tried to ingest the scrub hare, but it was too big. Here comes the baby. But it was too big. It ended up letting it go, and then the slender mongoose came along and dragged away the kill. It was quite an incredible sighting. I think a broadcast was done on that, so it's definitely searchable on YouTube. There's another baby coming. Definitely searchable on YouTube. But I haven't seen it, but they're incredibly fast. And it's not just cobras that they interact with. Mongoose will take on any snake. Let me try and reposition. Oh, there's another one coming. You always think you've seen the last. And then another one. Oopsie. Let me try reposition for these fellows. Don't run, Nyala. I'm just going to try and turn my car so we can see how pretty you are. Oh no, they don't like me. They like to be quite well concealed and don't like to be put on the spotlight. Okay, well, let's keep driving along. See how wet the roads still are. The water is still seeping. The river is still flowing under the surface. There's still plenty of water around. But we're going to head on straight down and then check our southern boundary, see if we come up with anything.
I'm absolutely delighted to have won the February prize draw for 3 nights for 6 people at the Djuma Private Game Reserve. I absolutely love everything Wild Earth has to offer. I find the guides extremely knowledgeable and will go above and beyond to ensure a great safari experience. I will be taking my husband and family from the UK to experience this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. One of the main reasons I joined the Wild Earth Explorer program was for the fireside chats and also to win an incredible prize, which I am so fortunate to win and incredibly happy. I would like to thank Wild Earth for this amazing prize and cannot wait to meet the team.
For all of you Wild Earth explorers who bought plaques, today is the day that you will make your very first safari on our vehicle. Because we are quite remote here in the bush, they have taken some time to arrive, but I am happy to say they are here and they look great. Marcel has spent the day attaching them. Let's take a look.
Before we mount these nameplates, we just give a light dusting of green paint. This is to better match them to the color of the vehicles and also to decrease the reflectivity of the metal and thereby staying sensitive towards the animals.
Bumbo crew, hopefully Dan Black, Liesel Apgar and Alicia George. Well, it's time for me to get ready to take you all on a safari. Let's go.
I got into wildlife filmmaking because of a passion for nature and a notion that I could make a difference. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun. A couple of times per week we receive some very heartfelt messages from viewers telling us about how Wild Earth has made a difference in their life, whether it's helped them through a difficult period or simply helped them to reconnect with nature. I think that's why we do what we do.
We've stepped away from the elephants for just a moment, and this lovely substance on the tree that you can see glistening in the golden light is tree resin. which is really awesome. Now, unfortunately, if we look at the bigger picture over here, we'll see that this beautiful knobthorn, unfortunately, has been stripped of its bark by the elephant. So you can see how at some point or somewhere, actually there's a couple of little scorings across over here. I don't know if you can see. Let me shift this dead branch away. But if we look really carefully, you can see very faint lines going across the tree. Now that's from the elephant's tusk, and that's what it would have used to loosen the bark and then strip it away. And then if we move further down the tree, we actually see it looks like they've peeled this knobthorn tree like a banana. They've done a really, really good job. You can see it comes away quite easy. Now, this isn't particularly new. This was done quite a while ago. It's dried quite nicely. Normally, when you pull this inner layer of the bark off, it's quite pliable and very fibrous. But you can see it's been baking in the sun for quite some time, and it's now become quite hard, and you can break it up quite easily. Now, tree sap and resin are two different things. Oh, I'm captured on a small branch. Apologies. Ow. Sorry. Don't mind me as I just remove pieces of the knobthorn from my hand and from my legs. But essentially, the resin that we're looking at over here is a more sort of gummy texture, and it's typically like amber in color, like what you can see here. And this essentially is a response from the tree when it gets attacked. And obviously, this knobthorn has been attacked, so it can help protect the tree from further infection or fight off other pathogens. But even though this tree has been hurt, it hasn't been completely ring-barked. There's still lots of bark on the other side. It has provided an awesome opportunity for some creatures that actually feed on the resin, on the gum. So things like lesser bush babies, for an example, which we haven't seen for quite some time, but they are no strangers out here in the wilderness. They'll come around and bounce about, and they normally live in the hollow cavities of any of the trees around here. And they will feed on this, typically in the winter months. At this time of the year, they'll be feeding on lots of insects just because there are plenty about. Obviously, in the winter months, there aren't so many insects. But it's a pity, but this whole tree now is a host of life. I'll very quickly just show you one more thing. If you have a look very closely here, just along the edge of the outer bark and the cambium layer, you can see some cocktail ants, an entire colony going up and down, and I suspect that they would maybe be feeding on some of the resin that is still pliable, and which there is quite a bit of oozing from the inside of this bark. Really special to see all these wonderful things in nature. But off you go across to Ngala, which is just a stone throw away from here.
What an interesting view of a pretty large bird of prey. And have a look, you can actually see the pink tongue moving there. If you look carefully, you'll notice that the gape, which is the outer edges of the beak, or the mouth part of it, extends to the middle of the eye. By looking at that, we can tell that this is a tawny eagle. An interesting view of a tawny eagle, to be precise. And we look at that, a slight tilt of the head off to the side. Maybe aiming to get a better view of something. And just have a look at that. And you can see the and there it goes. Well, that was pretty awesome. Now, as we arrived here, we had something shouting off to my left. I don't know exactly what it was. It was birds alarming, or maybe even a squirrel making a noise, but with that eagle sitting I thought we'd stop and have a little look around and make sure that there's nothing around here. Maybe other predators. We heard lions calling from this area this morning, male lions. And also a tawny eagle is generally one of those signs that you can't really ignore it. If it's sitting perched down below, I couldn't see whether that one had a full crop or not. There is a good chance that there might be something nearby. Oh, and he flew off not too far and just perched on a different tree. And we'll see if we get a view of him again. So, from this angle, I guess you can make out more that it's a tawny eagle. There's a few open spaces here, and then there's one or two trees like that. What looks like a tamboti that it's sitting on. Good viewpoint. Good spot sitting right out in the sun, which might help it to burn off some parasites. But I think at this stage, this eagle's probably just more scouting the area out or resting in the heat. In the meantime, while we leave this tawny eagle with his drongo friend not far below him, we're going to head over to Grant at Pinda.
Welcome back everyone to And Beyond Pinda, and you've joined us just in time. We've just been on our way to the area where yesterday afternoon there was a lioness that had caught a waterbuck, and so we're just going to go and have a look and see if she was still there. And we came along the airstrip and we saw these red zebras, and then I noticed a group of still white zebras. And I was just saying to Craig, hopefully if we sit here, we might get lucky and we might see them rolling. And they have obliged. Look at that. It's quite funny to see how white their bellies are. And a part of a zebra that you don't often get to see. That is amazing. I'm glad to hear you're enjoying it as much as I am. It's just so funny to see the behavior. I mean, it's something that you couldn't even picture a zebra trying to do. It's something that you kind of have to see to believe. David, it's funny you should say that, because on the airstrip, some of the staff actually come and do some Pilates and yoga exercises in the afternoons. So maybe the zebras have seen them doing that and they've decided to follow suit. But it is literally, and it requires quite a lot of their body and quite a bit of muscle to move that zebra like that. I mean, they lie down and then they wiggle the entire body. And they're trying to cover as much of the body as possible in sand and mud. We had an enormous storm yesterday afternoon, so there's plenty of water around, and So of course the soil is still very moist and there's a lot of mud around. And so this would be a method of theirs to protect themselves from parasites. It will prevent things like flies from getting into their skin. And I think it cools them down a little bit, and it just makes it a little bit more bearable for them with the heat and humidity that we've been having. Just a bunch of happy zebras now. They've had their roll in the sand, and that foal hasn't quite joined the party yet. And there's one zebra that's busy rolling at the moment that's actually got no tail, which is quite entertaining as well. Ah, he's just got up. Colin, that's a good question. So Colin is asking, do zebras exhibit the same behavior as horses? They certainly do a lot of things that horses do. You'll hear them sort of blowing out through their nostrils and their mouth, making that sound. And then their vocalization sounds very similar to a horse's sort of neighing sound. And if you think about the constant flicking of the tail to remove or to deter flies, these zebras are just going behind us at the moment. So I'm going to start up and reposition us just a little bit. So just bear with me while I do that. It's actually going to be better if I reverse and just swing our nose around, because they've all come behind us. I just want to check that the bar is not going to be in the way. Yep. So you'll be able to see some more of that red soil now that those zebras have been rolling in. And it's a stunning contrast, that red versus the grass. And Colin, I mean, if you think of the way that horses feed, and you think of how zebras feed, they both use their lips to grab the pieces of grass that they're wanting to eat. So longer blades of grass, they'll use their lips to grab and then bite off. And then even the shorter pieces closer to the ground, you can see that those lips moving vigorously, trying to pluck pieces of grass out. Asking why their legs keep twitching. So if you look carefully, I mean, most of their body actually twitches, and that is because of those flies that I was talking about earlier. So although they've managed to cover most of their sand or mud, the flies still come and sit on their body and irritate them, and some of the flies actually bite. And so it's a reflex of their body excuse me, to shake like that. And that movement, I mean, if a fly sits on you or on us, on a human, we have to sort of move the whole limb or use another limb to shoo the fly away. And it's just an adaptation that they've to be able to shoo flies away without having to stop what they're doing. And now there's just a whole bunch of zebra bums moving away from us. I am going to send you across to Trish, I believe, who's on a bumble at the moment.
I love a bit of zebra action. While hearing the updates there, I wondered to myself, as you're talking about the behavior that you see that's often exhibited both zebras and horses, and I wondered, what does a zebra or a horse do when they see each other in the wild as they would in Swallow? There is a question for, is Kyle out today? He can maybe ask Rusty what it's like when both equids see each other. Now I'm on Gallego shortcut, which is the one that leads to the pan. Just checked out the pan, and on the way down towards the pan, turned around now, but on the way towards the pan, I saw a bit of dung. I'm not sure exactly who it belonged to because it was a very small piece, and 2 ants that looked like they were fighting on top of it. So I'm carefully trying to relocate them. I just wanted to check out the pan in case there was something crazy happening there, because you never know, do you? I know it sounds like a strange scenario, what I'm describing. But it looked incredible. Almost looked like they were trying to throw each other off. Is it somewhere here? I'm just going to, if you don't mind, pull my binos out and have a look at the bits of dung on the road. See if the ants that I saw are still having a fight on top. Oh no, doesn't appear to. Yep, it was that piece of poop, but no fights happening on top of it. Some strange things you see out here. Those are the best sightings, though. Maybe it was a different bit of poop. Either way, I'll be checking the different piles of dung as we move out away from Gallego Pan. Guys, remember this is your live safari, so do send us your questions using that hashtag WildEarth or at FC on the YouTube chat stream, or you can go to our website, register and use our questions box. Even just your comments. I enjoy your comments. I mean, you have to listen to my comments, right? I have seen today about 8 leopard tortoises. Oh, even more than that, I think. And one was about this big. It was the size of my watch face. It was so tiny. But they're all around, and that is an indicator that there may be some rain coming. And as both Steve and I were talking to you about what's going on in Djuma at the moment, we said there was a storm coming, there was thunder and all of that, but it seems to have passed. So it makes me feel a little bit sorry for the leopard tortoises. Maybe they were really expecting that moisture, so they decided to get out, even when it's still hot. And they didn't get any relief in the form of rain. And there's still so much water around. We tend to drive a little or fairly slowly through these puddles, just because there's also little terrapins that will use these puddles, especially when they're very small. They'll use these puddles, and we need to give them enough time to be able to move from them. Especially if they're quite stagnant bits. Hi, KG. This is very strange. You'd like to know, if not your question, just what I'm seeing. You'd like to know if there's a specific time that dung beetles come out. Not especially. They're out all the time, but they will. In summer, they're out more often. There's a grasshopper that almost it's in that side puddle, well, where the water has accumulated from us driving. I'm not sure what it's doing. There we go. I'm not sure if it's trying to get out or it made an effort to get in. I'm going to go have a little closer look. Maybe I can help it out. Hello, grasshopper. Is there a reason that you're in there? Looks like you made a mistake. I'm going to help you out. There you go. Yep, I think that was a mistake. I don't often see grasshoppers in puddles. Don't worry, I will disinfect this hand. Oh, thank you, everyone. Everyone says it was very brave. Thanks, guys. You know, there could have been anything in this grass. Wait, talking about me or the grasshopper? Which one was brave? What was just a small act for me saved the life of a grasshopper. But thank you. Thank you. I know you would have all done the same. I know you would have. I see something bright red. I don't often see something bright red that's on the ground. What is it? I'll have to get off and look. Sorry, I thought I'm hearing things. I think I'm hearing things again. It looks like a... What are they? I don't even know what it's called. I remember these things from childhood. Let me just pop this here. We used to call them like lucky beans. And they were pretty much the red bean of any Fabaceae. Fabaceae is the group of plants that produce seed pods. And we used to find these red things. And Paul, do you remember these things from when you were small? No, Paul doesn't remember it. I remember we used to fill kind of those hacky sack type bags with these little beans. And I remember people saying that they're poisonous. Not that I tried to eat it, ever. But that's interesting, and it's interesting that it's there because I don't see any kind of acacia or other Fabaceae around to be able to produce this. But I'll keep it, since it's called a lucky bean. I'll keep it. Put it into my binoculars case. Actually, you know what, Paul? I don't want to leave you out. I did see another one. I don't want you to feel bad that you didn't get a lucky bean. There you go. Good luck for the rest of your life. Anyway, it's lovely to see these little things, random little things, as we go about. I'm happy to spend that time and share it with you, too.
Welcome back to Djoom, everybody. We're now on the eastern boundary. Had a few trees to move out of the road that elephants have been damaging. We successfully did so. Let's take a slow little bumble up on the eastern side here and then make our way back into Djuma. Nice relaxing afternoon. The flies at the moment are very bitey. Last night, or was it night before, they were very in my face, and now is it last night? Yeah, night before. It's all a bit of a bubble. I asked Johan this morning what day it was. He said Wednesday. I got home and checked. It's actually Thursday, Johan, just by the way. Time seems to distort itself out, yeah? In a good way, in a good way. We're not bombarded with the news and hyena posing as a leopard with his foot there. Didn't fool me. Had to have a look at it twice though. Okay, well I would like to find Thandi. So maybe we will find her bumbling along this road.
Just have a look at that amazing storm building there in the distance. You can see some very, very strong cloud activity. Huge cumulonimbus clouds forming. So the direction that we're looking in, that is east. And in between us and there is that vast expanse of land. And what's amazing about this area is if we look, this protected area, and there's no roads, no people that go into those areas. And there's a block in that particular part that's almost 5 times the size of Ngala, with no roads. A truly wild space, one of the last few. And in this particular area, it makes the game viewing on Ngala so exciting. Because when animals do come from that side, we're often not even sure if they have had encounters with people before or not. There's a good chance that this baby animal growing up in that part, by the time it comes here when it's larger and it has to move off, probably never encountered people other than maybe the occasional aircraft going over. It should be interesting to see whether that storm will eventually hit Ngala or not, but I don't think so. It looks like it's moving around. Maybe down and away from where we are. Now, in that direction, there was recently, not too long ago, reports of another white lion, which nobody knew about. The only thing was one animal briefly spotted from the air. And I've often wondered, where does that animal come from? If it's the same genes that we have in this particular area, or whether it's completely different. But talking about white lions, there were reports that there were white lions, or the pride that we see with the white lions on Ngala, seen this morning on one of the man-made watering holes wall. So I think what we're going to try and do is head over to that side and see if we might be able to get a view of them. Now, with this weather building, it's actually quite humid and very, very hot here, even though it might not look like it. To me, is it safe to hop out of our vehicle at Ngala on your own risk? I'd say so, yes. I think if you work and you live in this area, there's it's very safe actually, because you get the you get used to it, so you don't actually think about it too much. Actually, it doesn't become a constant fear that you have in the back of your mind. You understand where your place is within this environment, and also where the animal's place is, and you respect their space and they respect yours. So I don't think it's dangerous to jump out of the vehicle here. In fact, the most dangerous thing out here is probably us. So, I mean, I wouldn't go walking around after dark, but during the daytime, as long as you're aware and take note of certain signs, you'll be fine. KG, I don't know what's the hottest that's ever been here. It must have been something ridiculous, but I know I've been here where it's been hotter than 40 degrees Celsius, which is truly unbearable. And then with the humidity building on certain occasions, it makes it even more unbearable. So it can get really, really hot. In the Lowveld in general, it gets very, very hot, especially before the storms build. We'll have a couple of hot days, and that's exactly what we're currently seeing at this point. We'll have a couple of hot days, and then eventually the huge cloud buildup, like what we can see in our east from here. And this is actually a spectacular natural phenomenon. You see those massive clouds towering there in the distance. And then you know that there's a lot of rain and thunder coming from that side. There's a lot of moisture that's built. Sinek, I agree with you 100%. It is an unbelievable scenery in this particular part. And even more so if this was more of or later in the dry season. Most of these trees here are broad-leaved trees in what we refer to as a broad-leaved woodland, but essentially they're all trees that drop their leaves during the winter time to save energy. And then the view's quite open. Also by then this grass should be lowered down quite a bit by animals feeding off it. And what a spectacular view indeed, hey? I wonder where exactly that rainfall is at the moment. We do get quite large thunderstorms coming in from low pressures that arises from beyond Mozambique's coast side. But I think we're going to stick with our plan. We're going to aim to try and look for those lions. I think in the meantime, we're gonna go see what Steve's up to.
Welcome back to our slow bumble here on Djuma, everybody. We're all the way on the western side. I don't know what's wrong with me, east and west. I think I need to have a pink ribbon on my finger. So I know which is left and which is right. We're just slowly moving up on this side. It's an area that Thandi often used to spend some time on. Wouldn't mind bumping into her, but we're going to slowly make our way up to Buffelshoek Dam. See what we can get up there. We're also looking for a few cool birds. Oh, there's a wonderful breeze suddenly blowing. And we're going to be setting you all up for a gorgeous sunset at some point. So be prepared for about an hour or so, plus minus. I'm really building it. I do promise to deliver. There's a really nice amount of sort of cloud in the sky that I'm hoping is going to produce a wonderful sunset. Oh, that's what I wanted to find. Hello, elephants. Grizzly bear, when I first got here to Djuma, there was this little pinkish sort of elephant that Noel had. Noel used to work here, and I think it came back to us all that it was actually a young albino, but it still had a lot of sort of coloration, but it just was very, very pale, quite pink in color. I didn't see it. I just remember looking at it on the show. And I'm just moving in very slowly to the elephants. Here you go. Doing what we do, having a look at the behavior. Whole herd moving through over here. Another one in the road. Seeing if there's any change. No change. And as I get to a nice view, I will just stop. Just like that. Switch off the car. Sit back and allow them to just wow us. Now the day's been quite hot. And we often talk about stress, and we talk about, we get stressed in the heat, and elephants do as well. There's also breeding time. A lot of the females who have had babies 3 years ago are in estrus, and this is about the right sort of time for them to be conceiving. So bull elephants are moving in and out of the herds trying to mate, and so you'll often see the sides of the heads, the temporal gland is streaming this time of year, due to the stresses that these elephants get from the mating bulls, but then also some of them will get it from the pregnancy. Maybe they're heavily pregnant. Most of them would have dropped them already as in the summer months. But then as it starts getting warmer, there's a definite heat stress that's developing. And as we go into winter, when the food becomes less available, we get a bit of food stress. And so that streaming you see on the side of the head is often evident. It's a very characteristic sign in a big elephant bull of stress, and it is also associated with must. Must is the heightened testosterone state of a male who is stressing himself out in the search of females and not eating as much as he would normally. But it is not the be-all and end-all characteristic of must. As you can see, the females get it as well. But can you see her eyes, Johan? Eyes are so soft, they're almost closed. She's very relaxed here, feeding on, looks like a fair amount of snakebite bush. Some forbs here in the grassland. And that streaming is very fresh. It's from today. So something's happened to them in the last little while that caused her a little bit of anxiety. They can have a calf displaced for a few minutes and the calf starts to vocalize, and you'll see that stress on both the female and the calf happen almost instantaneously. No doubt the presence of predators or sort of the chasing around a predator might do on a calf would also cause that stress. Well, Denise, I suppose that question that you ask makes sense in that there are more elephants because it's breeding season, so a lot of them have had babies, but they don't necessarily come here to breed. What we're finding is that we've had so much rain this year that the elephants are all over the place here feeding. We generally find this a very busy place for elephants in winter because of the vegetation that provided here is a very nice winter grazing. I'm going to reposition for you there, Johan. But obviously, because there's babies, there are more elephants, but they do move. Elephants are quite nomadic, so they move in response to where the food is at. And because we've had an enormous amount of rainfall here, in Djuma specifically, tell me if you can get her there, Jan. Is that all right? Definitely. Because the grass is very green, very tall, and the marulas have just finished. So this is a very popular area for elephants to come in summer for the marula season. But now that the marulas are dwindling, I haven't seen one on a tree since I've been back. We'd probably be expecting to see these herds all moving back to the beautiful green grazing of the eastern sides of the Kruger, the basalt soils. And then in winter, you'll see lots of them moving back again. Sorry about the poll, everybody. We were being very fastidious and putting on the roof in case of the looming storm that I think Pinda's raced, or Tswalu's raced home for. It can't be the same storm. Okay, well, they're disappearing into the thickets there. So there's definitely months here in Djuma preceding the winter that we don't see elephants at all. Maybe the odd one here or there that have decided to stick it out, but we don't see big herds. Marulas are definitely a big attractant. And while they're here, they feed on everything that they can. Oh, you're so big. Little head shake. Justin, well, your question, I suppose, answers itself. The females have to be in estrus for them to breed. The males don't mate with females that are not in estrus. It's a whole lot of pheromones, chemicals, the receptivity. A female who's got a calf that's a year or two is not receptive. She's not in estrus, and she will not accept a male. So she has to actually be receptive, and estrus brings them into that state. Initially, they might be a bit reluctant, but as the breeding season starts to commence or to continue on and the female goes deeper into estrus, she actually gets quite receptive and will actually instigate or at least push back on the male. When if she's not in estrus, he wouldn't have smelt her to have been of any interest to him and would have just moved on. You'll see a bull walking into a herd, sniffing, and then taking interest in a female that's obviously giving off the right pheromones. But it's not only now. Majority of the females will be in estrus around this time that are breeding ready, because there's a 3-year calving interval. But there are the odd female that will give birth out of season and will come into estrus out of season, but it's not as common. Many of them will choose to sort of breed at this sort of time. Obviously, it's not much of a choice. It just seems to be the best way of doing it. With a 22-month gestation period, they want to drop their calves in a sort of summertime, so November, December time, January, which about now is sort of 22 months later. And there they go. Always wonderful to spend time with these gentle giants. I just love it. Love spending time with elephants. They're always doing something special, and well, it always touches my heart. Anyway, we're going to carry on heading up this road. Who knows what other luck we might encounter. The elephant energy is strong with us once again. And you might want to know why there were so many elephants in Pridelands. It's the same story. Pridelands is pretty much in line with us here. Probably a little bit more. It's very marula-dominated bushveld there. So the marulas would have been a heavily attractant. And the breeding herds move in, and, well, of course, the males can't help themselves. They follow, but they're also there for the food. We did have some splendid time with elephants in Pridelands. Denise, well, they definitely will go to similar areas. You'll actually get the same herds, the same bulls moving in and out of very similar areas. So the area itself, a feeding area, is pretty large. And they learn that from their mother. The grandmother teaches the mother, and so on. And as they get older, they then start leading. So they know where the water is, and they know where the food is, they know where the marulas are. So definitely a learned behavior. You probably have the same elephants coming in and out of the Sabi Sands and back into the Kruger as you do each year, and same with the Timavati, probably similar herds moving in and out. And Pridelands, with its recent addition to the Kruger, is a new area, so they've pushed in. They're pushing in there. And bulls tend to be the first ones to push in. But there's definitely a familiarity to it. They know where the food is good, where the drinking's sweet. Okay, well, we're going to carry it up towards Buffelshoek watering hole, and we'll send you to Pinda, who's enjoying a beautiful view.
Well, we managed to find the waterbuck kill that I mentioned earlier with the lioness. There was no lioness around. And so we decided, with all the rain we've had, to come, and for those of you who join us regularly, you will know and will have heard about the floodplain on the far eastern side of Phinda. And we just wanted to show you the contrast and what it used to look like to what it looks like now. There's just water everywhere. And just off in the distance, there are 3 rhinos that are slowly moving and grazing, with a few cattle egrets following closely behind them. Oh, in amongst them actually, not even behind them. The rhinos have just gone behind the bush there a little bit. It is a magical view, and just the contrast between how dry it was before. I mean, where there's water right now, it was a dry riverbed that we were driving through, following cheetah and black rhino, and now, yeah, it's now probably 2 meters deep with water. And so shortly after the cyclone we had late in January, this area to the right of your screen where you can see that little road, just to the right of that strip of water, that was actually more or less knee deep of water. And so this whole floodplain actually lived up to its name, which it doesn't often do. The last time there was water on the actual floodplain was in 2018. And then before that, I think it was in about 2008 or 2009. So it's very special to see. And just masses and masses of grass. There's a few wildebeest and zebra in the area, but perfect for those big white rhinos that we were watching just a bit earlier. Amber, thank you for the question. You're asking when rhinos are most active, and the answer is not straightforward. If I had to give you a shorter an answer as possible, it would be in the cooler parts of the day. But when there's not much food around, rhinos have to eat, and so sometimes when we're in a drought or there's not too much grass around, then you might find rhinos feeding even through the heat of the day. Because of their poor eyesight, they are a little bit uncomfortable moving and feeding at night, so you might find them when it's really, really hot and they need to eat, you might find them feeding in the night, but they won't move very far. But they typically prefer to feed this time of day. So these rhinos that you can see at the moment, they more than likely were resting somewhere not too far from where they are now for the heat of the day, somewhere nice and shady, probably in a bit of mud or like a shallow pan nearby, with their chin just out of the water, resting on the side of the pan. And then as it started to cool down a little bit, they've started to move. And when we first actually saw them, they were moving quite quickly. And you can see now that they've kind of settled down. They haven't moved far from where you all first saw them. And they're just slowly feeding and giving those cattle egrets an opportunity to catch any of the insects that they flush out from the long grass. And so they might continue feeding into the evening tonight. But once it gets very dark, you might find that they will find a place where they feel quite safe, and they will more than likely lie down and rest for the darkest part of the night. And then early in the morning, when it just starts to get light, that's when you might find them being active again. But sometimes on a cool day, when it's a cold morning, I've seen rhinos sleep in a little bit and wait actually for the sun to warm them up. So there's no straightforward answer to when rhinos are most active. But the typical time that we see them moving is in the morning and the afternoons. And again, it's quite different from black and white rhinos. Black rhinos get much more affected by the heat than white rhinos, and so you find black rhinos very seldom moving during the day, and they very strictly feed in the cooler parts of the day and sometimes even into the night. From here, there is another little viewpoint over this floodplain, and I'd like to head around there and see what the view is like from there.
Thanks, Grant. Welcome back. We're going to find ourselves a nice viewpoint. So always a nice pathway to check. Nice direct route to Buffelshoek Dam. It's been too long since I've seen Tingana. The once prominently dominant male. Often found him along this road. Going to be a beautiful view. Don't you think, Johan? We'll be at the Buffelshoek Dam in the next few minutes. Who knows what we might enjoy that side.
And so with these beautiful storms building all around us, I'm hoping that it have some sort of an effect. Wow, that was pretty amazing. So there were 2 lilac-breasted rollers coming down in the road just up ahead. And then there's also some crested franklins up in the road just up ahead. You can see there's a patch of loose soil where that roller is. Now, there's been some work done to our roads, and I think there's a lot of little insects and other things that's been flushed out and moving around at that point, and that's probably what it's aiming to get. But then also I saw in a lot of these loose soil patches now in the late afternoon, the birds are dusting themselves like that. There we go. And it caught something. Here we go, there's another one that just came down. There's actually quite a few. And the beautiful, brilliant blue on the wings as it flies off. But I've noticed it's amazing how these creatures use the things that we leave behind to, they just adapt that easily. Loose soil, great for dusting, helps them to control some parasites. And usually what they do is, like we saw with the other one, it opens the feathers and then shakes it vigorously within the sand to get some of the dust and the sand particles deep in between the feathers. And that's also quite interesting to see. That family of crested franklins. Another one that's just showed up out of nowhere. Actually a little bit territorial over that patch. I guess it does create a little bit of conflict. There's some resources there and it needs to be used. And the crested franklin being the larger, more aggressive bird in this case. Kind of got the better end out of the deal there. I'm also thinking that it is about time now that these birds are starting to look for areas to settle down for the night, or at least move into the general space and maybe try and get what they can. But from our side, I think what we'll do is we're going to continue along. Hopefully we might come across some other exciting, unexpected little encounters like this one, and then we'll continue down to the southern part of the reserve and see if we can go find some lions. Virgil, that's a good... we get more times we've...
Hello everybody, sorry about that technical issue. We've just decided to just stop here for a moment at Buffelshoek. We're just trying to position ourselves for a nice little scenic view. I do apologise about the... Oh, you got here right there. Apologise about the quick link there. It's going to be an interesting sunset. I think it's going to happen earlier than anticipated, with some big storm development in the west. So this big tree, fluted tree, was a big torchwood, perched here precariously on the side of the watering hole, and I think after 2 years of solid moisture, the roots had enough. Torchwoods have good access to the water table, but this watering hole being full for 2 years, I think, just did too much for it, and it has fallen down. Will provide all sorts of nesting and roosting potential moving forward. Our buffalo weaver nest still seems to be doing its thing. Jelly, I reckon the humidity was up about 85 earlier. It's dropped quite a bit at the moment. That storm came and sucked it away. Before I went on drive, I actually had to change my shirt because just 15 minutes before drive, apart from the fact that I spilled half my smoothie on my shirt, I thought I'd try and get away with it, but it was sweaty and wet anyway, so I thought, well, I might as well change it. It was very hot and humid today. It felt almost like a January humidity. Could cut it with a knife. Now there's a very gentle, cool breeze that's emanating from the south, although the water indicates it's coming from the east. Feels like it's coming from behind me. Okay, and we're going to carry on from here. It's pretty quiet at the watering hole. This is going to be a cooking area in winter. All of our watering holes are going to be very, very busy. As everything dries up, there's still, as I've said many times, there's still plenty of water around. So there's no urgent need for animals to move all the way here. Okay, well, I'm going to lose signal if I go through there, so let me go the other way. Okay, well, it sounds like Kyle has abated the storm. He's back out on drive. Let's hope he's managed to get in a couple of burpees. Alrighty, we are back, and you can see from the birds' behavior that they are busy readjusting those feathers because of that downpour we have just gone through. It was quite a lot of rain where those cumulus clouds bunched up together and the heavens opened up, and we are very grateful for the water. And we've got a bit of sunlight and the clouds have moved off, so we are out and about. Beautiful bird. We haven't had chance to look at that. We haven't had chance to look at this bird because they are always in flight. This is the greater striped swallow. Very beautiful bird species found with us in the region. And we have another one, but another species that looks very similar to this in South Africa called the lesser striped swallow. But where we are geographically, we do not have that species occurring in this area. So making it fairly easy. They do look very alike, and sometimes it can become quite tricky, especially in the early stages of birding. Beautiful. So just making sure all those feathers are where they need to be.
making sure they're nice and dry before taking flight. You can see how the beak is used to move through the feathers and realign them again. Ruffling them. Oh, and there we go. Amazing. So, mainly seen in flight. Oh, and there they go. Off they go. All right, fantastic. And on that note, look how beautiful it is in front of us. We've actually got a little rainbow on the far eastern side of Tswalu, and the way that the water is coming down from those clouds and where the light is, you can see that little spectrum of colour coming down from the rain. It was quite a lot of rain that came down. It wasn't a drop or two, it was literally heavens opening up. And like I've said before, we will not complain when it comes to rain touching the thirsty land this side. But the colour scheme looking very, very beautiful right now. And we are going to be moving a little bit further south, and we are going to see what we can scratch up for you. Obviously with the rain touching the soil, if there's tracks, they are from right now, which is great. Very beautiful. So the hills on the left there look fairly small, just from the distance that we are in right now. They look small, but they've got some size to them, and there would be some full-on trees inhabiting those mountains. A lot of lavender feverberry, which is a very prominent tree found within these mountainous regions of Tswalu. We will not find them out in the far western sections, and this is obviously due to the geological feature. If you look at trees or vegetation in general, they are tailored to the soil type and as well as temperature, and then you also have your rainfall determining where vegetation will inhabit. But look at that, lots of nooks and crannies for animals to hide away in, from mice, small lizards, and even larger mammals, which is fantastic. So a very important feature here on Tswalu.
We've come around to the other side of the ridge that overlooks the floodplain, and yeah, it's just as impressive. It's beautiful. Some really stunning bird calls at the moment. Surprisingly, the frogs are quite quiet. But we'll just take a few moments to just listen, take in all the sounds, and enjoy the view. Looking just at the back of that grassland, you see the vegetation gets a lot thicker, and then you'll see the mountain in the background. Those are the Lubombo Mountains, so we are on the eastern side of the Lubombos at the moment. And right now, as far west as we look at those mountains, is all still part of Phinda. I agree, Tess, it is really, really special. We've got the sun setting just to the left of your picture at the moment behind some trees. And then the stunning view down below us. Not too many animals on the actual floodplain at the moment because I think it is still quite soggy, like a bit of a marsh at the moment underneath all the grass, but as soon as it starts to dry up a little bit more, I think there's going to be lots of animals out here. But what a really special spot on Phinda. From here, we're gonna go and see, because the sun has gone now behind some really thick clouds, so we're not gonna get much of a sunset. It's gonna start getting dark and cooling down quite a lot. So I think we're gonna go see if we can find any nocturnal animals, and in the meantime, send you across to Tswalu.
Hopefully one day I can experience that wonderful land, Phinda. Great stuff. So just take a look at this, folks. Roughly 40-50 minutes. And look how much water came down. So this is a road that we would use to get down to the area that we were going to go to look for the meerkats and hopefully something else. But just to show you the amount of water that came down in such a short span. And it is quite remarkable. And it was a lot of water. They were really big drops. It wasn't like a light little drizzle. They really came down. So once again, like I said, when we're operating in conditions like this here, you don't want to be, traveling at high speed through this stuff. Because you'll actually displace a lot of soil. And it's not really good for roads. So what you want to be doing is taking it nice and easy through these puddles. We are going to take a little drive south. There is a kudu on the left-hand side of us over here. I'm just waiting for it to pop out, and then BK is going to punch onto it. No, she's walking the other way. All right, so let's start this trusty steed up and let's move through the stuff. We've got a little drive and it is super beautiful right now. I love times like this when it's nice and cool. This is that water touching the land. It's just cooled everything off after the fairly hot day that we've had. Fantastic. Makes me feel like I'm in parts of the Delta. So it was really nice to see that greater striped swallow. And why we punched in on it is because they are always on the wing. They feed on the wing, they mate on the wing. So having that bird perched up like that where we could get a really good view of it was a great treat. Very nice of it. And tracks are going to be very fresh now. So whatever tracks you find, we know it is within the past 10-15 minutes. But while we head down over here, let's send you over to Ngala.
So on our way to go look for those lions, we've come across some baboons. Small troop, or relatively small for this area. Look at that big baboon there at the back, and then the younger male here in front. You can see he's trying to toy with us a little bit and see if we might react to it. Because at this point they don't want to move from where they are. They've actually settled for the night, I think. You can see that younger one is quite brave at this stage. Climbing onto the furthest branch to be as close as possible towards us. But also, there's quite a few in this tree. It's not a very large troop. Saw the one big male sitting down there in the bottom left, and then got some little ones over there, and they're actually quite playful. Have a look, they're all quite curious. So whenever they're not paying attention to each other, grabbing and biting one another, they're paying attention, looking at us. Now these little baboons looks like there's a few that's similar in age. They all seem to be quite brave, as you can see with that one. Doing some posturing, trying to look quite intimidating, but clearly it's not working. Sarah, that's a good question. What's the biggest troop of baboons? I've seen here, I remember, and I'm sure this troop might actually be a split off from that, because it was in a similar area, but I've seen a troop of baboons walk across a clearing, and I stopped counting at 109 baboons. And that were from the large males all the way down to little ones like these ones. I think if there are any differences between these, it's probably maybe about a few weeks only. They all look like they're between 2.5 to 5 months. And are really quite agile. You can see some amazing late afternoon sunlight coming in across the tree. And what a magnificent tree indeed. That's a huge... This tree is quite unique on Ngala because even though there might be a few small ones around here on the ground, because of seed pods dropped here and there, this particular tree we don't really have any others on Ngala, especially not ones this big. It's called an Anna tree. There's a little bit of thorns on the twigs, and it's amazing how these little baboons with those soft hands and feet just move from one branch to the next without seemingly being bothered. But I think they're going to settle in for the night, and the longer we stay here, the more restless these little ones will be. So I think we're going to leave them and continue along towards where the lions were last left.
Well, welcome to a little scenic and silent segment here with us at Tswalu Kalahari. Really beautiful. I every day still find myself getting lost within the landscape of these mountains. And I would have thought over the years of working here now I would have been tired of them, and not a chance.
Welcome back to Choom, everybody, where we're heading west to go get ourselves a nice view. We might even try and see if our male lion wants to join the view. We had a nice leopard with the sunset yesterday. I don't think we're going to make it to the lion in time. Going to get up to the top of this hill, and that is going to... Oh, see, sorry, Johan, the road is an absolute mess over there. The sun has suddenly sunk very low very quickly, and as I discussed last night, the sun waits for no man or woman. I'm going to break Johan's back while he's here, and I don't mean to. I don't need to do burpees. Johan doesn't need to do burpees to hurt himself. I've done 400 now, which I'm quite proud about. It's most burpees I think I've ever done in my life. For burpees for conservation. Just zoom up this hill and we're going to tell me when you're happy, but I think we need to go a bit higher. Don't go anywhere, Jared. There's not going to be time. As anticipated, the cloud is going to suck the sun, and the sun is going to vanish behind it quickly, but it's going to produce a magnificent color in a moment. And as always, in these moments of reflection, it's nice to take a bit of a deep breath, just sit back and just enjoy the silence of the African wilderness. Stan the man says, what a magical moment. Indeed, sir. Indeed. Very blessed. Unfortunately, the cloud is a little bit too thick for those rays to create marvelous colors through the sky, but we might still see something yet. Okay, well, we're going to move on up the road and keep checking for a beautiful sky. I mean, let's send you over to Yapi. See if he's having any luck finding his white line.
We have finally got to the last position of where the lions were, and we are just in time. You can see some yawns going, even with some stretches. And this is the time of the evening that normally has the most excitement, at least when it comes to lions. So that's one of the younger ones. And we'll have a look. That lioness laying down there, that is the mother of the one It's just arrived at the water, and the other one you can see a little bit of a head rub and a lick. Show some respect and an indication of that strong bond. You can see the green color in that water that they're drinking. It's actually amazing. These animals are so resourceful. Even a little bit of water like that is sufficient to keep them in this area. Other than, of course, the fact that somewhere nearby in these bushes there are small cubs. Two different generations. Those two, they're also sisters, and the two with the two cubs. Wannabe Safarian. It is indeed a very beautiful sight, and just have a look at that. That is... oh, that is spectacular. And look at those three little faces. Next to that big male that we just saw. You can see these little ones are still covered with spots. You can see the longer, darker hairs protruding under the tawny, shorter hairs out of the skin. And they look very, very healthy at this point. I think they might go over and see if they can play a little bit with the father. He's still full from a meal he had yesterday. Well, all to himself. Seeing the contrast like that. You can see he put his head down so heavily, even the little one had to look around. And the male had enough energy just to look around and see that not much is happening, and then decided it's time to rest more. These little ones are usually the sparks within the pride. So this time of the evening, they've got their energy now because they know that the pride's going to move off at some point and probably leave them behind. So there's a lot of excitement. Definitely trying to get a teat there and maybe drink some milk as well before the mother moves off. Little lion cubs at this age is something else. What a treat. I don't know if we'll be able to, but maybe if we try to, we might be able to hear that little one calling. It's actually calls of desperation. I think these little ones want... That one's a young male, and then the other two are two females. You can see slightly larger in size as well. But how incredible is that? So now the mothers barred them from having some milk. Now they're going to go look for water because they're thirsty. The weaning process is a long process with lions. Actually, it can take up to 9 months in extreme cases. I've seen it where some lions, in the case with the white lions and some of their other brothers and sisters, they've drank for longer than a year. And that was just because there was a steady supply of milk in terms of the ages as they were spread out in the animals. The females had milk for such a long time. So even though these little ones still get treated to drinking some milk, they can't be doing it the whole time. So the lioness kind of weans them off by avoiding to let them drink. They've already started eating meat as well. And it looks like they've started to learn as well. Last time I saw this happening, they were not giving up so easily. But I guess she also didn't, and that's why now they saw she didn't really want them to drink, and then decided, okay, well, I'm not going to come right here, so we have to go have some water. Kelly, that's a very good question. Will a white lion know that it's different from birth? I don't know. It's very tricky to say yes or no for sure, because I think they wouldn't, just because they're so small. But I think they will definitely realize it at a fairly young age. Because, I mean, they are able to see the difference between the colors in different lions. And the question is, I guess, then, does that affect the way they grow up, or does it affect their behavior? Because I think if they do know, but it doesn't really change anything in terms of their social standing or anything, then it's not anything to really worry about. I think there remains a lot of research to be done, especially on white lions in the wild. That's a very understudied subject, and at this stage, having only a few walking around large open wild spaces, it's very difficult to start noticing proper trends. I think they are more individual behavior at the moment. There's a little contact call from the mother. Let's see, maybe she might let them drink now. Oh, yes. You can see the memories are Lion kid, how many lions does it take to make a pride? I guess anything more than one. But if it's males, it'll probably be called a coalition. And then the pride is mainly the females and the young ones. So anything from 2 upwards. And then the combinations. Another interesting thing is that in this case, they've reached, not read, lions don't read, they've reached the number of more than 20. Currently, as things stand, in total this pride is 25 animals. That's including 3 bundles of joy as well as the 2 young cubs that we are not seeing at the moment. That must be hidden somewhere in the thick brush. And 25 lions. I guess technically around 20 lions a pride would be considered a super pride. It's normally also a time when the pride might split up. Ooh. So desperate to drink that one almost got fell on by the mom. I think if we maybe just sit and listen a little bit, especially now while they're drinking, it's incredible to hear. You can hear the frustration and the competition happening there. I also imagine that they've got very sharp little teeth. Jerome, if a lioness had 3 male cubs, would they kick her out? I think it's an interesting point that you're raising with that question, because I think it's a tricky thing with lions. From what we often read about how they actually operate in truly wild systems. The word, to say that lions get kicked out, I think young males, to a certain extent, can get kicked out by the older males, which is stronger, more dominant, and needs to push them out. But I think there's also a very large element of choice in that matter. If there's a few young males and they grow up strong, they've got big appetites, they grow well, they're also going to reach a point where they realize that they kind of have to go if they want to stake it out on their own, because they have their fathers overshadowing them. They know that it's their mothers and their family, or lions directly related to them. So they want to go explore in a way as well. So they kind of move off by choice in certain cases. And for 3 young males to kick out their mother, I don't think they can quite kick her out, because she's always going to be within her area. She will operate within the area that she's known for a while, or in that larger area. And I guess if the young males take too much of a toll on her, meaning that she must hunt, provide for them, and they eat most of it, then I'm pretty sure she'll want to move off out of her own. It's just not very sustainable for herself. They are incredible creatures. You can see that one lioness having a look out. She's already scoping the banks. She's listening out at this point. Each of these animals, each pride, they're all different and have their own unique behaviors. But I think it's starting to get dark now, and we might leave the little ones here with the rest of the pride. And while we move out, we'll send you over to Steve at Djuma.
Welcome back to the action, everybody. Oh, he's up. He hasn't moved since we've been here. And as I heard live from our director, he decided his tail was a very annoying addition to his body part. He's moved 5 meters, everybody. So he's been a very active boy today. This is the dark mane Avoca, one of the dominant males that have been within the area for the last 3 years now. 3 years? 2.5 years. It'll be 3 years in a couple of months. I did ask this morning if any of the viewers recall exactly the dates the Avoca males came onto the block. I know they came in, left, did a lot of northern boundary patrol of Djuma, and then the Birminghams just left, went to the south, and then the 3 boys just moved in. So it was kind of a pretty anticlimax of what has been seen in the past. Oh, well, what mighty teeth you have there, sir. What mighty teeth. That was wonderful. And he's going to get up in a mo. Oh, he yawned to give him enough energy to roll over. Way too much energy expended in the movement of a male lion in the daytime. It was hot today. I'll show you the area of disturbance, what we call the lion bedding down area. The disturbance under the tree there. You can see where he moved as the sun moved. He would have lay in one spot until the sun covered his body, and then he would have moved a few centimeters and then a few centimeters until eventually he ended up over there. I've got a very strong feeling, though, that this evening he's going to give us a roar. I'm hoping that's going to happen, because it's been some time since I've heard the Djuma up close. Those of you who haven't heard that story before, Djuma, the name of this property, is actually an onomatopoeia for the roar of the lion. Djuma, Djuma. Ma, ma, ma. Just like that, with a little bit more bass. I'll demonstrate my lion roar, but I'd hate to influence him in any way. He quite likes hearing my soothing voice, but as soon as I throw my deep lion roar in, we're probably going to see him cringe and run away. I'm only joking. I doubt he would even blink an eye if I did, but alas, I will still not do it for him. You don't want to be influencing them in any way. Even if it doesn't seem to influence him, I'd rather not. Maybe later, when we're not with our lion. White mane is your favorite lion. Dark mane, he's a big boy. He's still managed to do quite well with his injured right foot that's been broken for 1.5 years, 2 years now. 1.5 years. Managed to just fix itself. He's still got quite a noticeable limp. But without any sort of influence or without any sort of veterinary assistance, it'll never heal properly. These things happen to them naturally in the wild. Injuries, they either survive or they die. And he definitely survived. Me? Yep, me. Silver Ghost, his tail does have a mind of its own. He is being pestered by biting flies, and it's to the point where he's flicking them away and he's getting bitten, and then he thinks that the tail is the one that's biting him. I'm guessing. Or maybe it does indeed have a mind of its own. It's just beating him the whole time. He's getting annoyed with it. He's just so annoyed with life right now. Got it. You do know that's your own tail, brother man. Oh. He almost looks cute, doesn't he? Almost looks cuddly. That is a 230 kilogram lion, everybody. Maybe more. Close to 500 pounds. 480, 500 pounds. He's a big animal. He's a very big animal. Okay, so how's that eye for you? He's up again. Here he goes with his little limp. As he walks past, he's going to show us where the rest of the pride is. Takes him a little while to get that leg moving.
On the 27th of April, Wild Earth will be turning 14 years old, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. And to celebrate, we will be finishing the beautiful book that we started last year that looks at the history so far. But we do need you to be part of it. Please submit your most memorable sighting, or what Wild Earth means to you, or even just your name and a comment to be included inside the book. Head over to the website to add your name and reserve your copy. We are offering a 20% discount on all books bought before the end of March. And a big thank you to all of you who have contributed to the book so far.
It's the month of March and Wild Earth is offering you the chance to win a brand new prize. Sign up to be a Wild Earth Explorer and you could win a 5-day eco-training ranger experience for 2. Eco-training is the pioneer and leader in safari guide and wildlife training in Africa. The lucky winners can look forward to approaching dangerous game on foot, tracking and 4x4 driving, learning about animal behavior, and even spending one night sleeping out under a blanket of stars. In addition, you will also get the exclusive opportunity to join the Wild Earth team on the broadcasting vehicle. Sign up to be an explorer now, and it could be you that wins this life-changing experience. Terms and conditions apply.
My name is Ross, and I'm a field guide at Anbion Phinda Private Game Reserve. I love getting questions from guests on Wild Earth because I love sharing and learning information about nature with new people, and it also makes me feel like you're all joining me in real life. If you want to ask a question on Wild Earth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit your question below our live feed. Just delicious. Look at the light, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely beautiful. Lovely big male bull giraffe. I'm busy sculpting that little blackthorn there. Lots of tiny little backward facing hooks on that mellifera, but that animal's definitely got the necessary equipment to deal with those thorns, moving around them with the greatest hue of precision. So using a lot of neck muscle to pull his head down like that. And if you think about the trees here, there are a lot of trees that are perfect for browsing. If you think about areas where you have an annual change in the foliage, so deciduous forests or areas, where trees would lose a lot of the foliage, you would actually find giraffe bending quite far down to reach available foliage. But in this area, there's available food for these animals right through the year. The camelthorn will lose leaves, but not all of them. And then obviously our beautiful boskia or shepherd's tree would have foliage on it throughout the year. Absolutely magnificent. Tom, the light is amazing right now. This is that period or window where you want to have a subject to photograph or to view it like this. The light, the angle it is now is absolutely magnificent. It's not too harsh, but it's just giving this golden glow, just making those colors really just pop. It's what photographers call the golden hour. It's more than like the golden 15, maybe 20 minutes, depending on cloud cover and stuff in the atmosphere. The design of that muzzle or face, the structure of that skull, perfectly suited to get in between all of those nasty little backward-facing hooks or spines. Can you hear a lot of sociable weavers around us? Wow, magnificent. W pack. Do giraffe stand or nap standing up? Their neck and head has to remain upright at all times. So if you see when they do snooze on an average in a 24-hour cycle, they only snooze for about 20 minutes a day. That's really utilizing your day's time. But when they do snooze, they will snooze standing upright like that, or they'll tuck their legs in like a cow, but the head has to remain upright at all times. And that's because if it lays its head down, the amount of blood going towards its head, it would be detrimental for the animal. So head remaining upright at all times. That's why game capturing giraffe is very tricky. And you do sometimes have fatalities, but you've got to be very careful when doing so. And obviously the vet's knowledge on what to do when it comes to darting giraffe is a very, very complex thing. But from this amazingly tall animal, let's send you over to a carnivore. Welcome back, everybody. Our male lioners
limped over to a spot that's obviously far less insects. He started to groom himself though, as he left us before. Moved a few meters, very limpy, his foot still not good, but he definitely walks it off. The bones haven't healed, so you can imagine putting that huge amount of weight on a foot that's not healed. It's very difficult. Nice big yawn. Okay, so we're going to be moving out of the sighting to make space for another vehicle. Everybody has the same idea, coming to catch up with him at sunset, after dark. We go to quarantine, see if we can figure out where tracks of that female leopard were, where she ended up. The Canova, it's hard to say. He's not the most fleet-footed of individuals, but I have seen him move quite quickly. It's possible that all he does is follow around the Telemates and scavenge from them. I haven't seen him hunt, but Johan, you saw him pulling a hippo out of the water, eh?
I didn't see it, but it happened in December.
So there's no greater scavenger, everybody, than a big male lion. He'll steal food from absolutely anybody. He still looks in very good condition. So it's in his best interest to follow a pride who is actively hunting. And there were tracks this morning of a lioness, possibly two, very nearby. But I figured he might try and pick up on their scent. There are other vehicles in the sighting. You might notice the spotlights. Exactly the normal safari etiquette. We are blessed with our infrared lights, so we can see these animals in the dark. Hoping he's going to roar. I haven't actually seen him roaring on his own. Heard roaring plenty north and south of here. It's always difficult to tell exactly who it is who's calling. They know. Well, Sammy, he mated in his condition. It took a bit of effort. He's still a very powerful lion. I mean, with his broken foot on the day, a couple days after all the his two brothers were trying to mate with one of the lionesses of the Nkuma Pride, Chela, and he actually fought them both off and then took over the mating rights, but really struggled to do what he was supposed to do because of the effort required to sort of do that half squat push-up that is required in the mounting process. So he did struggle, but I'm pretty sure he did at some point. I didn't witness it though. So he's definitely very interested in females, but both the prides in the area are not in mating readiness. Okay, well, on that note, he's gone flat, so we're going to make space for another vehicle, and we're going to go and see if we can find ourselves that leopard, shall we, Niels? Niels. Johan, I'm sorry, Johan's going to put the light on very bright on my face now, because I called him Niels again for some reason. Very bright. Okay, well, let's go. We shall go back into the darkness, allowing the other Djuma vehicle to come and have a look. Reach for our spotlight. That was a ramp that I didn't anticipate. Oh, it's just the bolster. That's all right. No harm done. Bolster is the drain. The stations are out of the Avoca sighting. Sorry, I am not getting those comms there, Johan. Okay, well, we're going to see if we can find ourselves a leopard on the way here, maybe the other two lionesses, and then while we do that, we send you over to Tswalo Kalahari.
A leopard or two lionesses. I like that, Steve. It's very fitting that we watched giraffe before the rain, and now afterwards we are looking at giraffe again. And if you look at parts of southern Africa, especially Namibia, the giraffe is really regarded as a semi-nomadic. Giraffe is regarded by the semi-nomadic tribe, the Himba tribe, as a symbol of rain, and very fitting that we're watching this animal now after that beautiful cloudburst that we had about an hour ago. Sure, very vast landscape. You can see the scale here, or the vastness that we deal with at Tswalo. It is very, very wide open spaces. This animal is starting to ruminate now. Very important process. So even if you look at ruminants' droppings, you'll find that you can't actually see what the animal has consumed. Unlike an elephant, that you can actually, from its droppings, you can actually identify certain tree species that it had been feeding on, due to obviously the low manner in which the vegetation has been digested. But these animals do it well. Very beautiful looking giraffe, this one. Those whitewashed ears. Used as beacons during the night. Can see how those ears are illuminated now with a bit of light that we have left. So even under the cover of darkness with a little bit of starlight or moonlight, those ears would just be so bright. He's watching the sunset. He really is. He is peaceful by himself, but that's unfortunately is a big thing being by yourself. You are at a higher risk of getting caught by predators, and you'll actually find that male giraffe are caught more frequently than that of females, because obviously females are in a group and they have vigilance on their side. So being by yourself, he is at a little bit of a risk wandering around here through this very dangerous landscape. But that's how they like it. At about the age of 7, they like to branch off from their bachelor group and do their own thing. But let's do our own thing. I think that we should carry on this road and show... Whoa, okay. I didn't even see that, BK. There's a lovely wildebeest. It was very nice to see those two this morning going at each other. See a bit of mud or soil there on his horns, showing that he's been rolling around in his little stomping patch, where obviously he'd be coating himself with his own unique signature, but also that finer dust, when it is dry, would actually smother external parasites. So if he's dealing with a lot of ticks and fleas, to find a nice dry patch, but where the material is very, very fine, and then there he would roll around in it and actually get rid of external parasites. But that display of mud or soil on his horns there, he's definitely been rubbing his face in the patch that he normally visits. And if, BK, can you get a little bit closer? Was that it? So if you look very closely, you can actually see there, so on his right eye, so the one on the left-hand side of picture, there's a little patch just below his eye. And why he's been rolling his, or rubbing his face into that soil patch is because also he'll be depositing scent from these bare patches just below his eye, called preorbital glands. And that's a very prominent gland or sebaceous gland used for marking his territory. There we go, look at that. So not only horning and rubbing his face into the soil, but also finding prominent trees and then rubbing his horns and as well the side of his muzzle, or that gland being utilized, and then depositing a nice scent signature there that is obviously unique to him. So if any bulls come into this area, they can smell it's been occupied by this individual. A lot of information is passed around here via olfactory sense. So using your sense of smell. BK's stomach had a little growl. So there we go. You can see the little patch just on the side of his muzzle. Donald, those horns are part of the skull. So if this individual had to die, and over a couple of months, obviously the ecosystem going to work, and then we had to find that skull, you would actually see the skull, and then you would see this bony protrusion going out from the skull. And the bone would go all the way to where the horn starts bending and curling upwards. That very tip, or that hook-like, meat hook-like section is keratin, solid keratin. But then just before that bend, you'll actually have bone going to the skull and being obviously part of the skull. And then around that, the basal section of those horns, that's where you'll have keratin growing and protecting the vital bone when this animal is obviously in this format. Locked on us. See his big nostrils, that nice broad muzzle that we were looking at this morning. Obviously he wants the lower parts of grasses. And he's an unselective grazer, so he wouldn't be really fussy on what or where he is eating. Some antelopes can be very fussy on where and what they eat. It's beautiful stripes, very easy to recognize the blue wildebeest, or brindled gnu's also known as. And you can see the position of his eyes being set on the side of his head. Oh, he's now hiding for us. And that's an advantage, giving the animal peripheral view. Jetpack boy, you love his color. Let me just move up slightly over here. Hopefully I don't scare him. Oh. He must be listening to me. going to push the vehicle slightly forward so that you folks can get a better view. Here we go. And you can see from his posture, his body mass, that he is a bull. Females' horns will also be a lot thinner in comparison to this individual. And then they like to associate themselves with other individuals, where bulls like to be by themselves because they are territorial. So being by yourself, you can obviously do what you need to do. Very healthy condition. Wow. So unlike predators, when you guys look at lions again, predators' eyes are positioned in the front of the face, and that's very important so that they can judge distance correctly. Because if you want to grab onto a potential prey item, you need to know exactly, what distance you're dealing with. Whereas in these animals, when they're busy browsing or grazing, they need to be watchful left and right of them. So peripheral view is very, very important to these animals. And you can see position of those eyes are perfectly set to give this animal a good peripheral view. To roam, we only have the presence of the blue wildebeest. The other species of wildebeest that we have in South Africa is the black wildebeest, but it is a central grassland endemic species, whereas in this individuals are more savanna, stretching into southern Africa and then East Africa. Obviously you get variations of it, but this is the only species that we have on Tswalu. They are perfectly set in savanna vegetative group, and they are, in historical times, they also would be moving up and down. It's very nice to see this individual. He's giving us a great show. So always on the lookout for other males. If he sees another male or hears another male, he can also communicate via vocalization, and then giving this almost like belly. I don't know how to explain it, to be honest. But a very important vocalization via wildebeest to notify of other individuals of his presence. You can see the light has now changed quite dramatically. Jackals calling in the distance. So what he is obviously doing here, you'd be just moving around his little main territorial patch, and he'll just be demarcating areas, making sure that there's no individuals in and out here. And what he's hoping for his ladies just to move through this area, and then obviously warding off or chasing off other males. And the better grazing and water availability, the stronger the bull. Because obviously the stronger individual will have the best area, and that would be very attractive for the females to come in. See, his ears aren't the best in comparison to like a kudu. So the hearing is average, unlike a kudu that has phenomenal hearing. His sense of smell would be really acute. Obviously, sense of smell is a very important sense out here. Sure, very big individual.
Hi, my name is Damon and I'm a guide here at &Beyond Phinda Private Game Reserve. Join me and our resident ecologist Craig Sholto Douglas at the fireside on the 21st of March for a discussion on 2 of our conservation projects. In early 2016, &Beyond was faced with the fact that without some serious intervention, our rhino population could be in some serious trouble. And so a decision was made to start a rhino dehorning program. Sadly, the fastest mammal on land, the cheetah, is also racing towards extinction. The &Beyond Phinda conservation team has been working on a project that aims to increase the genetic integrity of cheetah in protected areas around the country. Sign up to be a Wild Earth Explorer and join us for a lively debate where we'll answer as many of your questions as possible.
For all of you Wild Earth Explorers who bought plaques, today is the day that you will make your very first safari on our vehicle. Because we are quite remote here in the bush, they have taken some time to arrive, but I am happy to say they are here and they look great. Marcel has spent the day attaching them. Let's take a look.
Before we mount these nameplates, we just give a light dusting of green paint. This is to better match them to the color of the vehicles and also to decrease the reflectivity of the metal and thereby staying sensitive towards the animals.
Bumbo crew, hopefully Dan Black, Liesel Apgar and Alicia George. Well, it's time for me to get ready to take you all on a safari. Let's go.
My name is Taylor McCurdy and I work for Eco Training. I love hearing from all of the viewers. However, I particularly enjoy those of you who have been watching for a few years. Your questions are just so advanced and they really get me thinking. If you'd like to ask a question on Wild Earth, you need to register on our website. Once you've done that, head to the live safari page and submit your questions below the live feed.
Guess who's back? I am back on the vehicle, and I am finding a chameleon. I couldn't be happier to find a chameleon. We're just on Aubrey's Road. I thought we'd go to the north because I did find a big male leopard tracks this morning on Buffelshoek Cutline around this area. So we decided, let's go this way. And then I stopped because I saw this little critter. None other than my favorite animal to find in the evenings, the flap-necked chameleon. Now, very often I get asked how we manage to find them. And I wanted to show you today because it's kind of a really nice example. It's very dark. And there's no... Oh, let me put off my artificial light there. Okay. So I'm removing my spotlight. And it's total darkness, right? Total darkness. So if you have your spotlight on, right, and you're looking like this, can you see that there's an obvious difference in the shape, even though it's the same color as the leaf? But if you're just driving along, and you have your side lights on, you'll see there's an obvious difference in the shape of what appears to be a leaf. And then you stop and check it out, and then you'll figure out that it's a chameleon. It kind of looks like this blob on a tree. And your brain is so used, it's your entire life it's been collecting information about basic shapes and about the environment around you. So you can very easily recognize a dog or a tree or clouds. Those are things that you've constantly been collecting fine bits of information about. So when you see that something is off about a tree or about a leaf, your brain recognizes that there is a difference. It may not know what it is, but it recognizes that there's a difference. And that's just natural. And then once you find a chameleon once, then your brain fills in that blob with the information that, that's what a chameleon looks like. So anytime you see the same kind of change or discrepancy in the pattern of the leaves, then your brain recognizes immediately, that's chameleon shaped. Because when I first started, I could never ever find them. was so difficult, and I was in awe of everybody else who could find them. And it became one of my favorite things to do in the evenings. Apart from the fact that they're just marvelous, marvelous creatures. Sandy, you say that camouflage is amazing. It really is. They blend in very, very well. They're able to mimic the color of the leaf very, very closely. But as we know, they change color not in response to their surroundings, but as a hormonal response. So the animal may feel more comfortable, and feeling comfortable and relaxed is a hormonal expression. It will feel more comfortable and relaxed if it is the same color as its background and doesn't feel like it'll be threatened. And that's why it gives the illusion that it is changing its color based on its background. Almost looks like it wants to move a little bit. Just hanging out on a red bush willow. They're just amazing. It is my dream, one of very, very many, to see a chameleon walking on the ground. I really just want to see it out in the open. Hello, prepaid obsidian. What a nice name. I have many obsidians. The type of stone. Now I forgot what you said because I liked your name so much. Prepaid obsidian. Ah, what a sneaky creature. I was about to say, what a creepy creature? No, what a sneaky creature it is. It certainly is sneaky. Makes me feel sneaky when I find them too. Like, we're in cahoots somehow. Just chilling. Jerome, you'd like to know if all chameleons have those crazy eyes? Yes, they do. It is one of the distinctive features of a chameleon. One of several. They have an insane, I think, in my opinion, some of the best and most kind of extravagant adaptations in one little creature. So obviously, Jerome, like you said, these crazy eyes, these eyes that are able to move independently, focus independently as well, which is a difficult thing, and focus with depth perception. So when we focus with depth perception, we need both our eyes to be focused on something. And because of the shape of a chameleon's lens and their eye, they're able to actually judge distance with one eye. It's better if there's two eyes, but they can strike prey with one eye quite easily. The other crazy adaptation is that tongue of theirs that can shoot out at a ridiculous amount of Gs. Once I read 41 Gs. That is a crazy amount of force. I think something like a fighter pilot faces something like 10 Gs or just under. So that is an insane amount of force. And their tongue is telescopic. And if you've ever seen it in slow motion, it's kind of a spring-like towards the base. So if you imagine, I feel like I've had a toy like this when I was young, where you pull something back, like a spring back, and it sets, and then you release a trigger. Just like that. And of course the sticky end to collect prey with. Apart from that, they have fused toes on their arms and legs, and then they have that prehensile tail that allows them to really hold hold the branches very firmly. And for me, the most fascinating trait or adaptation that makes them unbelievably insane, or to quote Jerome, crazy, is the fact that they can change color. Color is such a magnificent thing. The way we perceive color, all of it is just, it's so complex. And they can change that. And they have different layers of skin with different types of pigments. From melanophores to xanthophores to iridophores. Those are all different levels in their skin that work together in order for them to become whatever color they need to. When I say need to, because it is not a fanciful adaptation. It's out of necessity of communication and hormonal changes, like I said. So in the case of a flap-necked chameleon, it does not, become this kaleidoscope of colors. Its range is kind of between a pale green, yellow, black, and brown. No crazy blues, reds, and purples here. But again, using the same mechanism. Joan, that is a great question. Sorry, my arm's just getting a little tired. I'm going to rest the spotlight there. Joan, that is an excellent question, and it's very difficult, actually. So Joan wanted to know, how do I differentiate between a male and a female chameleon? Like I said, very difficult. But what I look for is a hemipenile bulge, which is exactly what you imagined in your head right now, is what it is. It is a bulge in the area where you would think a penis would be. So where the tail attaches to the body, there would be a bulge there, if it were male. Males also have spurs, but not all populations or not all subpopulations of chameleon males have spurs, so that makes it a little bit more difficult. But once you've seen a hemipenile bulge, it is quite obvious. That bump is quite obvious. But if you haven't seen one, then you may think that you will get confused. But other than that, they're pretty similar. Also, if you see a chameleon giving birth or laying eggs, because yes, they do both, then you should also know that it's female. Are you enjoying this attention, buddy? I think that's a yes. Just Peachy, you say, or you think chameleons are my spirit animal because I always find them. Why, thank you. I'm going to take that as a grand compliment for the day. But like with everything, if you go looking for them, you'll find them. And I do spend time looking for them. Maybe they know that, Peachy. I hope so. Anyway, thank you for the compliment. We're going to keep on going and continue with our bumble through the evening. I'm going to send you over to Yapi, who's doing the same.
So we left those little lion cubs because I guess it was they're so small at this stage, and there are a lot of lions there, so they're very well protected. The fathers are there, the mothers, and some other young lions as well. But after dark, we generally move out of the area to let them be and continue with what they need to. And one of the theories behind that is that we do not want to draw any unwanted attention to them. But we're currently looking for some nocturnal animals, and we're going to head over to Steve, who's got some elephants.
Well, everybody, we haven't found a leopard, although we did search the whole of quarantine. We've stumbled upon the elephants that we started our show with this afternoon. They haven't gotten very far at all. Female and a youngster. Just listening to them eat. Looking at them obviously through the infrared. We're in complete darkness here. Special with them all the time, everybody. It's always special to be with them. And I can't see anything, so I'm just listening to the sounds of them feeding. Something that I have always liked to do with guests is you pull yourself into a herd of elephants or buffalo, switch off, and when the clouds are not in the sky, it's a beautiful evening to be surrounded by large animals feeding, doing their thing, making noises, tummy rumbles or grunts if it's a buffalo, pushing and shoving, and then just lean your head back and enjoy the beautiful sky. One of the very important elements of guiding, activating the senses in every possible way. It's how we experience our world is through our senses, not just through our eyes, not just through our noses. I count myself very blessed that I have the faculty of all of them. Makes you really have to think very hard about it all. Okay, well, we're going to spend a few moments with our little elephant roadblock, and we're going to send you back over to Tswalu Kalahari.
One of those postcard moments, eh? Sorry, the individual's going actually behind us, but there is some more giraffe on the horizon, and it is just a perfect position for a beautiful silhouette. So how lucky are we? A second evening in a row that we have giraffe in a perfect position to give us such a gorgeous scene. Always very special in this early evening or to dusk period to have the privilege to view animals like this, because it does create this beautiful, almost scenic Africa shot. And I would have never thought that we would be able to see the sun setting this afternoon with the rain that we had earlier. I was for sure thinking that it was going to be totally overcast. But Mother Nature works in wonderful ways, giving us this unbelievable scene to kind of slow down the evening. Charles, I would agree with you 100%. Definitely a picture-perfect scene going on here. And I hope you folks can hear the crickets just slightly calling in the background. We've also got a spotted eagle owl hooting in the distance. And then the light call of the red-crested coron. Oh my word. Look at that. Ah la la. You can see the development that has been made since yesterday. You can see it's grown just a little bit more. Exposing a little bit more of that beautiful surface. Just the one half or one quarter there being illuminated. You can actually just see the silhouette of the rest of the moon that's in the shadow. Unbelievable. So there's one bull that crossed us, and then these two over here look like females. They're just moving as a very small group. Groups can be 25, 30, and like we've spoken about, they're very unstable. Should be another one there somewhere. There he is. Yeah, jetpack boy. The time I've been on this ancient land, the evenings like this, that colour for me is just mind-blowing. It's like if somebody had to produce a beautiful painting but use like pastel colours, very strong, very rich colours. The sunsets here are just electrifying. This period is my favourite period of the afternoon. It's early evening. It's beautiful glow. They're going to start moving off now, following that other individual, and that other bull has crossed us. So more likely going to follow up with the rest of them. But as they move on that note, let's send you over to Trish.
I was about to show you the creepiest thing you've seen all evening, and can you believe it's not what you're currently seeing? This is a golden orb web spider, banded golden orb web spider to be specific, in her gorgeous web, enjoying the evening. But if she were just a little higher on her web, we would be able to see her and the lightning in the background. It would have been the spookiest thing you've seen all day. I mean, I was getting so spooked, I was getting excited. That's kind of how it works with me. But we've just heard some lions roaring. Well, lion roaring, but it doesn't seem like a Darkmane. It almost sounds like it's a little bit further ahead of us, as opposed to all the way in the west where Darkmane was. There was lightning. So, I'm glad I could show you the spider and tell you about my spooky image or spooky scene I wanted to create for you. But how about we keep on driving, and at least we'll be able to see the spider, see the lion, or hear the roaring, or both, which would be the prize, wouldn't it? So let's go. Thank you very much, Spidey. Maybe the lion roaring with the lightning in the background. Out here, you make lots and lots of wishes. I'm not terribly far from where Darkmane was, but the audio was coming from straight in front of us as opposed to the west, like I said. We're just going to stop in this dip close by for two reasons. One, so that we can listen again, so we can get a good point of reference to where to go. And then secondly, because I've been seeing fireflies around. And they like those drainages, so we're going to give it a go. Swallowed a bug. Lovely. You know, if you're out here long enough on a day like this, you could probably eat 20 bugs. When I say long enough, I mean, like, if you're out here for about 2 or 3 hours, and like us, you're speaking while you're out here, you could eat about 20 bugs. Is this the dip I was thinking of? I think so. All right. Let's just wait a little bit. Reverse. So this is the dip I was telling you about. I just want to wait here for a little bit. See if we manage to catch some fireflies. Hey, you'd like to know if I have a favorite part of Djuma? I love the Mawati. The Mawati is... It's very hard for me to pick favorites. We've given you for many years. But the Mawati is my favorite part of Djuma. I love it. But we can't go there at the moment because it's still got some water through it, so it's a little bit sensitive. So I've been able to go there for the last this one, which is a bit sad. But I've been able to see it, which was amazing. So I'm listening and I'm watching, looking out for fireflies. If you look really hard, we can swing over this way and have a look. Because if you look very, very hard and you believe 100% that there's going to be a firefly, then there will be one. I closed my eyes and believed and nothing happened. Nor can I hear any roars. Oh, thank you. FC was doing the same. Oh, maybe that's why they're not showing up, because I was wishing here, but then FC was wishing too, and then they probably went all the way to Johannesburg. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, no luck here, but this is something I want to do in the evenings, because it's so beautiful to watch them fly around. So let's continue. This is a great time. Great time. We can find so much. All those interesting things that you're not going to see in the day. And then obviously, the goal, since the chameleon goal has already been ticked off, is to find some spots to end the show with. I know both Steve and I will be feeling the same about that. Now, we won't be able to get to Dark Main by the time the show ends, so that's why we're waiting south on Gallagher Shortcut, because that's where it sounded like the audio for Lions came from. So either we find a spotted kitty to close with, or lions, or it will be one of our faces, or the bush. Either way, I'm holding thumbs. I hope you are too.
Please join me this Saturday evening for a town hall meeting. It'll be live, and it's an opportunity for me to tell you about what Wild Earth is, where we're coming from, and where we're going to. And it's an opportunity for you to ask some questions, give us some feedback, and even maybe get more involved in Wild Earth going forward. 7:30 this Saturday evening, wildearth.tv. It's open to all. You've just got to be registered on our website, and we'd love to see you there.
With a slew of potential dangers lurking, it's essential to be aware of your surroundings whilst walking in the wilderness.
20 yards away from one of the most endangered species. This is a big bull.
What a moment, what a close encounter with an Ellie bull. He's just over here now. He's moved completely away.
Being on a bushwalk and seeing a leopard, I mean, it's ridiculous to be this close to a leopard on foot and for him not to run is absolutely insane. How crazy was that?
Through the gap there is just the back of the head of a male lion. He is absolutely unaware that we are here right now. I tell you, seeing lions on foot, it definitely brings out the caveman in you, this little scared human being.
I love being a cam op for Wild Earth. The animals coming right up close to you, especially like lions. Sometimes you get nervous, but you have to go with the flow. My favorite animal to film is the elephant because of how big it is. But when it's really up close to you, it's one animal that you would say, I really respect you.
The croc is still holding another one there. It's holding from the hindquarters. I would really want the wildebeest to cross. Is it trying? The croc is holding the tail. It's holding tight. Oh no. Goodness me. Lucky wildebeest. You have another day to leave.
Expect the unexpected here on Wild Earth daily.
So, I'm driving very, very slowly down the Timbavati riverbed. In this particular area this morning, apparently there were reports of a big male leopard. And what makes this exciting is that we don't know of any big male leopards in this area at the moment. So I'm currently hoping that maybe we might get something crossing the riverbed at night time with the headlights of the vehicle, it is actually slightly easier to see if there's any tracks crossing. Now, I have seen a big male leopard in this area not too long ago, but it was a leopard that wasn't very relaxed. And the best thing about it is that we don't know where this leopard comes from. We haven't even really seen him properly to describe certain features. So it's very exciting, actually. But one of the things driving in the riverbed that I didn't quite bargain on is all the little flying insects. Some of them bite. But it's always an interesting feeling driving on or in the riverbed at night time, and you know that even though you can't see too far, you know that there are things everywhere watching you. It's amazing to see this river is actually overgrown, at least this section, with grass quite a lot. And it looks like it's mostly Natal red top, which is a type of grasses that have a plume-like or feathery-like flowering part. So it's very, very beautiful. But it can easily hide small mammals at night time. I've seen a couple of hares tonight, because there is still water nearby and animals will come down from the banks to come and drink here. But the best thing about riverbeds at night time is predatory birds, the nocturnal predatory birds, owls. So I think we're going to continue with our slow drive and hopefully we'll get some luck.
I hope that you get lucky, Yapi, and you're able to find something. And I must also say that I quite enjoy that very weird, creepy feeling when you're out here in the bush in the evenings and you know that there's a ton of things that see you and that you can't see. I do enjoy it. Okay, well, I can see Steve in central quarantine. Same idea I had. Now I'm on Western quarantine. Neither of us are having any luck just yet. I love that we get to spend a little extra time in the darkness because it adds this variation to what we see on Game Drive, and that's awesome. But alas, I have 30 seconds to find you a cat of some sort, although I did also say that it is likely that you will end on my face or Steve's face. But tonight, I suspect, let me just put that down. Tonight, I suspect it will be my face. So thank you, everybody, for your questions and your comments as always. We'll see you in the morning.